Hello and welcome everyone, this is Dmitry. We are having another network programmability stream. It's part of our streaming marathon, 2 weeks of streaming almost daily during holidays. And today, unfortunately, is the last day of our streaming marathon. Tomorrow I'm going to work, so we will not be able to stream daily. Which is fine. I'm actually feeling a little bit exhausted after these 2 weeks. Um, you know, has been it had I had some challenges. I would say streaming every day puts a lot of pressure. So even though I'm super excited about what we are doing here, um, having some rest is also very good. So after today, we will return to our usual schedule of streaming on Sundays. Um, I will do my best to keep up with, doing it every Sunday, though it's very likely that I will take the next Sunday off, just to reboot. All right. During the streaming marathon, we have been working on this very interesting project where our goal was to build a huge lab with many network devices and then test different network automation tools. In particular, Ansible, Python with asyncio, Python with Nonlinear, and maybe Golang. So unfortunately, I originally thought, after 1 week I would be done with it. And here we are 2 weeks later, and we just started doing Ansible last stream, which is weird. But so it's kind of sad and not sad at the same time. The reason why it's sad is because we obviously didn't get to the point where I want us to be. And I am not sad because along the way we made so much progress. We touched so many different things. We were looking like how to do zero-touch provisioning of this lab, right? How to work with APIs, how to build Python applications, following some kind of abstract data model, and I was showing to you like some different Python tricks along the way as well. Then after we built the lab, which I think look amazing, and even though it's not 1K devices like I thought it would be because of some limitations, we have 500 routers, which is I think also is pretty nice to have on a single server. So yeah, I mean, here we are. We have this huge lab which is almost fully API driven. So like I can delete all the nodes and add all the nodes using APIs. I can do a staggered start, not starting 500 of them at the same time, but start them in groups, stuff like that. A lot of very, very interesting, interesting stuff, at least for me, and I hope for you too. So I'm thinking that so I'm still debating if on my weekly schedule we will keep working on this project. I want to say yes, but I also realize that it may have become a little bit like stale, like working on the same thing for so long, and people who are like, oh, let me watch the stream, but it's like part of 10 stream series, could be lost. So like I'm still debating if I want to keep working on this on the stream. I definitely want to work on it generally, but I'm just not sure if doing it on the stream is the best idea, because my ultimate goal of this particular project is to have a blog post with all of the numbers in the with everything. So like, yeah, my goal is to show to people how Ansible performs compared to other tools, and also what is even more interesting for me personally, because I don't use Ansible at all right now. I don't care about Ansible. I migrated all of my Ansible stuff to native Python. What is even more interesting for me is how something like Nornir performs compared to asyncio. I'm like super curious about, like, because I've been debating about adding asyncio support to Nornir for a quite long time, and I have some like prototypes, but it's not fully working. But if I can see a real numbers on, like, on some kind of scale, then I can make a conclusion if it's even worth pursuing. Like, if the difference is in 10 seconds or so, then probably it doesn't. But if the difference is significant, then probably it's worth doing that. All right. So where we are. So what we have done. Well, I kind of briefly discussed what we have done so far, but in regards to Ansible, we did the following. So we did. Let me pull this up. Gox 1337, thanks for following. So we have this folder Ansible, and it's up. By the way, very interesting that we have this inventory host YAML. This was programmatically generated, so we wrote another script just to build this inventory. So we created a playbook, very simple one, which contains which is just command gathering and saving them to a file. So we have this group switch one, and we are running these 5 commands on that router. And then what we are doing is that we are saving to a variable, and then we are saving this to a file output inventory hostname .txt. So last time what we did, we ran this playbook on 50 devices instead of 500, and we will also, for all these tests, we will probably always start with 50 first to understand the optimal settings, and then we will run it on 500 because my projected time is around 15 minutes for it to run. So obviously I don't want to, rerun it too many times, if that makes sense. So we will have to figure out the proper number of forks and strategy and some other stuff, and then we will run it. And while we are running that, we will probably like keep working on some other things in the meantime, and then come back to the test results. Now another thing, and this is worth like a Twitter thread or something, which I will definitely have probably tomorrow, I don't know when, but like some of my observations from previous stream regarding Ansible. So regarding all of like Ansible is slow and blah 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 whatever, there was a couple of things that I found absolutely no fun and completely disheartening when we were trying to build our playbook in Ansible last time. So let me give you like some background here. So I've been using Ansible like around 2 years ago. I would say I was pretty decent at it. Okay, like I understand the concepts, I understand how it works. I kinda understand like how you build the playbooks. I was also developing some modules on my own for my own purposes. So like, I kinda like, I'm not a newbie in Ansible, let's put it this way. However, when I returned to it on the previous stream and when we were rebuilding all of that, I started having flashbacks, like very, well, I didn't call nightmare, but something that, like, it's disgusting. So let me list some of this here. But again, as I said, this is probably going to have another like Twitter thread or something. But let me just go over some of the observations along the way that I found weird after returning back to Ansible. So first of all, is error messages are still bad. Like, something doesn't work, and we had a couple of things. We had the problem with YAML once, where I think I misspelled. So I didn't think I put commands here. Yes, so I didn't put them here. And I think what I did, I had this list, and so instead of commands key, I just had a list. Yes, and obviously it didn't work. However, the error message was just stupid. Like, I don't understand YAML, and I find that, well, I already said stupid, but whatever. It's just weird because what I would want to have is some kind of indication where I'm wrong. And all of this is doable. So, for example, every module like is command could have what is called a schema, right? Where you expect like you need to have key commands, which is mandatory, and it always should go like on the top level after the module or something like this. But instead, I just had a generic error message saying I can't understand Ansible. So I don't think this is given. So when we compare it to something like Nornir, we're doing our best to mitigate that. There are also still some challenges, but we are doing our best to mitigate that. And let me tell you why once I address the second point. So we also had this problem in the inventory. Let me show it to you. Where is this? Here. So apparently I had here Ansible username instead of Ansible user. And also I think this should be like fixed to 100% with schemas. So if you encounter something like, especially with this, because these are not free form, right? They have Ansible underscore. So if you encounter a variable which has no meaning but is supposed to have a meaning, right? Like if you encounter Ansible whatever, the system should tell you that this whatever, I don't understand what this means. Instead, we had that username, and I think I got it somewhere from my like previous files. So I had this here, and like all I got was authentication failed. And then we were trying to troubleshoot if it was a SSH key problem or something weird. We have this problem completely mitigated in Nornir because we have a schema. So we have, if there is some kind of key which we don't expect, then we will throw an error saying, I don't understand what this key is. So this is another piece. So all of this kind of like linting validation piece, well, not even linting, just validation piece, it's just non-existent in Ansible. Error message I already mentioned. What else? Yeah, and last piece, and again, all of this is besides performance and all this stuff. And last piece was this, and honestly, this drove me nuts completely. So my intent is that I have a file for the router, and then you have something like this. You have show version, and then you have output from show version. You have show IP route, and then you have output from show IP route. I can't solve this problem in 30 seconds in Python. Literally like 30 seconds using only standard library, nothing weird. Here, using built-in tools, it was, well, I still couldn't find a way to do it. I'm pretty sure what I could do is create a new filter with like my command or something that will do it. But using built-in plugins, I was not able to figure out how to do that. And this is shortcoming of systems where you have this declarative approach to do things, and where this declarative approach mostly kind of like relies on the collection of things already pre-built. So even figure out, like, for example, this flatten filter, I wasn't even able to find it in the docs. Like, and I was very specific with my request, like Ansible flatten list of lists or something. I was not able to find this plugin there. I found it in some Git issue or somewhere where, you know, there was like an example of people using it, and this is how I figure out that I need to use this. And despite all of my efforts, I was still not able to put the output in the form I wanted. And in Python, it's, or any other programming language, it's literally zero effort. You just say, you know, what exactly you need. And this is these problems with declarative approach. Now, another thing that we did not touch on the previous stream, but kind of falls under the same category, is when you have complicated logic, like if you have like event statement here, right? And then you are trying to build the filters with this kind of like declarative approach, which could also get super complex. Even this is already complex, yes? So yeah, those are some of my thoughts from person who have been working with Ansible closely, but you know, didn't use it for some time and now returned to using it for one or for whatever reason, yes? So, yep. But you know, if you are a regular here on my stream, you probably know how much I love Ansible. So let's just, you know, continue. So I have this playbook. It honestly, I want to have 6 commands. I just, you know, I'm not sure what is the 6th command I want to use. Maybe show interfaces. I think I could do show interfaces. Show interface. Give me 1 second, folks. I will connect one of these devices. So let's say 5477. What show command do I want? Zucker 1990, thank you for following. Show interface, good. Yeah, I think I could do show interface. It's quite a big command. Is it show interfaces? Yeah. And let's also do this command fully. Okay, so we'll have 6 commands. This is going to be our benchmark. Now, another thing, there was a change from previous lab, and I discussed it briefly last time, is my control station was kind of big. So I changed allocated some more resources to it. So now I have 8 vCPUs on my control station, which is here. So I have 8 vCPUs. You can see that from 1 to 8 the CPU load. And also I have 8 gigabytes of RAM. I don't think we'll need all 8, but whatever. So we have to rerun some of these tests. So first we will start by running all of these. What kind of router images do you use? Hi, I am using IOL, iOS and Linux, which have, those images have very small footprint on your resources. So we will start by running some of this playbook on 50 to understand what is the best setting for strategy and for number of forks. And this is what we will keep using throughout the whole testing. We will be using Linux time, and we will be using real time there, even though I understand that another like system sys and what's called user, some of that is better, kind of, but like I want just to have a real time here. I understand that some of other processes may be running at the same time, but I also I care about testing, but not to the point where like I want to eliminate everything, you know, like to have it in this chamber with all noise killed. So yeah, we'll just use the real time as our benchmark. So let me write this down. Measuring Linux time, real time. So let's go ahead and start. So we will have, yes, this 6 command, and there are 2 things that I want to Google before we'll start actually. How Ansible, how to do retry. This is what I want to have. And another one, Ansible optimal number of forks. Let's check this out. Mem capacity calculated relative to the amount of memory needed per fork. There is one problem with this approach. One, I would say, decent problem. So this is usually documentation for like when you connect by SSH and you ship the module. When we are doing network automation, all of the processing done locally. So honestly, I don't know. Okay, so we have 8 gigs of RAM. They say it's going to be around 40 as recommended. Let's try these 5 first, then 10, then 20, then 30, 40, and see how that all performs. Yeah, okay, so let's start with num devices 50, yeah. Oh, and yeah, retry thing. I want to see retry. I like this song. Let me save this. What do you think about Puppet in comparison to Ansible? So I don't have any working experience with Puppet, so I have no opinion. Though I am in network automation space, and I don't really see Puppet used by people to do network automation. So I'm thinking if I want to have retries, probably I don't want to have retries right now. Like if it fails, it fails. The way they operate is quite different. Yes. Oh, hello, Spartan. Yeah, that's true. But also they have modules for Cisco iOS. And I'm actually not sure they try to enforce state there, as far as I remember. I think it's very similar to like what Ansible does, like just iOS command or iOS config, but I could be wrong there. Okay, you know what? I think we should just run this. Let's do number of forks 5. Strategy. We'll have to test. Let's just keep it linear, and then we will test on the best number of forks. So, okay, selecting number of forks first. Apparently 2.9 is supposed to introduce resource modules which are very puppetish. I like that word. Okay. Okay, let's go. Yeah. I have to check the Ansible CFG. Strategy linear, all right. Okay, let's go. Given enough time in any problem domain, all tools and solutions converge to a common feature set. Yeah, I would partially agree. I would suggest not even starting then. I have never used Ansible. I would suggest not even starting then. Thank you, Spartan. I have the same feeling. Okay. I think I will need to do additional thing here. So I would want to this output folder. Yeah, it contains. I want to delete files there. So it's output and wait, why I don't need the ref, right? I don't even need R. How do I get rid of this? I don't think that worked. Yeah. Okay, I am confused, guys. Is it just this? God, I feel like an idiot. Oh, there are no files, okay. People who complain that Ansible is so YAML driven, they have never used Puppet DSL. I'm just using Python. What really bothers me is why our free strategy does not yield better results. Now it takes more time. Let me see. Oh, ouch. Show inter. Show inter. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a problem, but it just looks ugly. Okay. Okay, I want to rerun this, to be honest. It just feels like something is off. Because we were constantly getting 90 or so seconds. Okay, folks, while I will be doing this, not very interesting work, I have a question for you. So besides command gathering, another thing that I want to test is simple config changes. So I just need your ideas. What would you like to add? So will you be using some kind of template for that? So like think like something like ACL. We don't even have to apply it, but just creating it. And also I will not be doing any kind of like checking the state. I will just be applying a config. Because that's not the point of the stream, is like to make it as smart as we can, but to do tests, yes. Okay, this is weird. I honestly want to I want to run it again. So give me ideas about some simple config changes. So like ACLs, I don't know, SNMP config, some other things, I don't know, whatever comes to your mind. Just something that will not take us a long time and something that we can reapply safely on the device without like changing state or something. Okay. Let's do 20 now. Oh, this was significantly faster. Wait, it wasn't faster? What? Okay. So this is actually very interesting. And honestly, right now I want to do exactly the same. Well, let's just run exactly the same test to get another sample point. Even longer. Okay. Okay. No, let's just do third time. This variation is too big. It's also interesting that, yeah, like CPU load increased from like 200% to like 470%. And remember, it's like 100% is one core, right? We have 8 cores. Another 116. Okay. I want to do exactly the same test but change the strategy. Hold on. I don't think this is correct. I don't feel like we had 2 minutes. Oh, well, not calculator. Is it like a stopwatch? It definitely was not 2 minutes, so folks, what am I missing? What is this number? Try callback whitelist profile tasks. What does it do? Oh, this, no, we can't use this because I want, when we'll be comparing different tools, uh, when we will be comparing different tools, we want to use the same thing. So unfortunately, this will not work for us. I am confused a little bit. What? What the hell? Okay, I should be looking here. Bravo. God damn it. Okay, folks. Time to redo some of our tests. Okay, 55 seconds. Okay, now I want to test free strategy. Okay, finally I can clearly see that free strategy performs faster. Yeah, this clearly takes longer. Okay, then moving forward we'll be using strategy 3. Let's do .30. Okay, I think this is where we are already starting to see diminishing returns. Wow, look at my CPU load. Holy, wow, that's a lot, folks. Yeah, it seems like at that point it's already becoming CPU throttled. Very interesting. Let's try 25. Again, I mean, we are doing fine on memory, but CPU jumps to 100. Here as well. Yeah, let's run it 3 times. I also want to test 50. We may have some performance gain when we will add, well, we will change from 50 to 500. Yeah, right now it all seems like diminishing returns. Yeah, the numbers here are pretty much the same. Then why use more when you can use less? Let's do last one with 50. You know, just for the sake of completeness. Let's do one more time. Yeah, I don't see any gain here. My RAM is fine though. Yeah, around the same. Yeah, we'll try doing that on 500. Alright, folks, I think we are ready to actually go ahead and do it on 500. So we will be using 20, 30, and 50. As far as I know, Ansible will open only a single connection anyway, so thanks for suggestion. I will save it, but I will not use it. Because again, the goal of this is not to really to optimize Ansible, if you will, but understand, like, I'm not sure how to explain it. Like, what I'm trying to do here is adjust Ansible to make it perform better in our tests, but I don't want to do optimizations kind of like outside Ansible, if that makes sense. because our goal is to ultimately test it versus other programming languages. So, okay, we will try to do it with 20, with 30, and with 50. And strategy is going to be free. Interesting. Why I don't see... Oh wow, at 5 gigs. And it keeps growing. Holy shit. That's... Just keeps eating my memory. Interesting. It crashed because of out of memory. Wow, it just keeps eating my memory. Interesting. Yeah, guys, I think testing this with 50 forks doesn't make any sense. Here we go. Let me try strategy linear here. Well, hold on. Why forks? Why child processes are not killed though? Oh no, we are fine. Okay. Yeah, I want to try the same thing with linear. Yeah, it doesn't care. It will just eat all the memory. Honestly, I don't understand why it's happening. They said it should take around 100 meg. Yeah. So say goodbye to my RAM. I mean, it's kind of unrealistic that um, that you run your big controller on a machine with just 8 gigs of RAM, but at the same time I don't want to give it more. At least this was not killed by CPU. Okay, testing bigger number of forks doesn't even make sense. We could test like 15 or something. 10 and 15. Sorry, folks. Didn't get enough sleep today. So what is the ballpark we're looking at? So if this was 23 seconds, yes. Okay, 4 minutes 26 seconds. I'm actually impressed that it was able to connect to every device. All of 500. That's pretty beautiful. So we'll say 4, 26, 65, yes. And this was linear. Time killed by killed OM. Let's try with 10, both linear and free. Okay, right now it's linear. I can hear like how my CPU is spinning once I run the script. Well, not CPU, of course. CPU spinning. CPU fan is spinning, of course. Not CPU itself. Ouch. Look at this. This is beautiful. Folks, you know what? While I have been using VS Code throughout this project, I started liking it more and more, even considering like I'm a very big fan of JetBrains and PyCharm. And I still feel like they have some a little bit better like go-to definition, like it works for type annotations and doesn't work in VS Code for some of them. But a lot of these other pieces like in VS Code feel amazing, to be honest. Okay, so we do have some extra RAM here, yeah, to spare when we are running 10. Okay, we'll document this next test, and then we'll start a new test, and then meanwhile we'll be writing a playbook for configuration. Oh wow, look at this. And I think this is already saved to the file. Yeah, when we are doing save to the file, our CPU jumps insane. Holy. Do you guys know why this is happening? This is kind of weird. This took longer, but again we were... Wow. Okay, let me try the same thing, but with free. Alright, this was strategy 3. Okay, while we are doing this, let's create a new playbook. Yes. Ouch. I would also check if network gets saturated. I don't know how to do that. I mean, why would it though? I mean, this is not a remote server. This is VM on our machine, right? So it all goes through the VNIC. Yes, memory keep... Oh, no, it actually does not keep growing. Okay. The module by default will connect to the remote device and retrieve the current running config to use as a base for comparing. How do I disable this? Okay, folks. Does anyone know how to oh, it's CLI command, yeah. A CLI config. I just realized that we were using incorrect, right? We should use CLI command now, correct? Ah, god damn it. Am I right? We need to use CLI command now, not IIS command. Shit. Well, you know what? We'll just leave IIS command, whatever. I'm very curious why it jumps into memory consumption when we are saving to the file. It's like what? We are saving content of the file in memory? It doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, if we save to a file, then we can just finish the child process, right? I don't get why we are using so much RAM there. Wow, this is super weird. Look at this, guys. I mean, we have number of forks 10, right? But this is, I mean, this is already finished, but this is more than, I mean, there were more than 10. This zombie process. Tell me more. I am not that well versed in Linux to understand why there are zombie processes. Okay, I think this got killed, by the way. I'm kill parent. But here's the thing. Remember when I started running this? Like for a long time until we went to this, right? To copying file. Our memory was at around 5 gigs consumption, while we were like connecting to devices and all of that bullshit. But once we switched to these save outputs to file, our memory increased almost to like, you know, to maximum. Yeah, this one is broken. I don't get really why. and why we have more of these processes than we should, right? Well, this one is frozen. Do you think I need to kill this? This weird. Okay, let's wait a little bit more, 1 more minute. Meanwhile, we can start writing this playbook. OM. Yeah. Look at this absolute insanity, guys. OM Reaper. Thank you, Reaper. Very, very cool. Very cool. Okay. So I guess if I want to use like number 10 forks, I need to use linear. Let's try. I want to see like what is the biggest number we can use if we are using 3. Let's do 7. So like I have 8 cores, 1 for parent process, and the rest is going to be for the rest. Okay, look at this. You see, it's like here at 4 gigs. It's fine-ish. All these forks. Interesting. It's kind of weird. Trying to understand if I should use this CLI config or I need to use CLI command. It's so funny that it's called deep dive. Well, but I don't see anything deep here. This again grows in memory, like, honestly, I don't get why it's happening. No. I don't know what are the things used there. I think it got killed again. Very interesting. So free is not working really well. Thank you, Red. Well, yes, it's correct then. Alright, so let me kill this poem again. We will stop using this free since it's not working correctly. We'll fall back to linear. Let's rerun it a couple more times. So, okay, this worked, yes. We did this, it took longer. Let me do 7 with linear. Okay, I need a template. File. So let's say we will have IP access list extended test. We can even say the following. We'll say no IP access list test. The access list extended test. We will say permit permit ICMP, well, permit ICMP host Ansible host to any, and then deny is to permit TCP host Ansible host any, and then we will deny IP any. We will not apply this access list anywhere. And then let's also do SNMP. Maybe not SNMP. Let me think what we can do, like something that we don't care about that much. I could create a loopback, yeah. Actually, yeah, that is going to be not easy. Well, we'll have to then add some host var. Let's do banner and then you see I don't want to have dollar, I want to have some other symbol like this one. Let's say okay, cool. So this is let's do also no banner MOTG and banner MOTG testing performance to performance on and this is what inventory hostname, yes. Like this. This looks good to me. What do you think, guys? So you have no IP access list test. We will create it here, and then no banner MOTG, and then this banner. I think this is decent, yeah. Again, here just to clarify, we don't care that much about like being useful. We just care about like I want to test performance of config module, and then we may need to do some optimizations here. Okay. Excuse me. Config. We'll put it as config. I don't think it will work with just Ginger template. Yes, you'll have to create like a temporary variable from template. We can actually try. I don't think I can just put template name in there. Or maybe I can. $6.45. Where is my report? Okay, so when we are using linear, we can clearly see how number of forks impacts that. And 20 was already on the border of acceptable, I guess. I want to try one more thing while we'll be compiling this playbook. First of all, we will not be using free because it just seems strategy free seems to lead to OM regardless in number of forks. So even with 7 forks, it was OM. So let's try 40. You know, just for test. Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, we'll be trying to do this thing. So I'm not sure if I can get away with just using the yeah, I don't think this will work. No, we have to use template thing. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Guys, I think I killed my server. Okay, 40. I should not try. Let's try 25. Or you know what? Let me try one more time. 40. Why not? Ah, shit. Oh, let's go. Oh, here's an example. Did you read Not Ansible for network engineers? I wouldn't call it read. I would say I skimmed through it. Though it's probably one of the best resources I have seen regarding network well, Python and for network engineers. I have been trying to translate it at some point, but I think like I translated a couple of chapters and then I lost motivation to finish that. Translate to English, I mean. I do think it's the best resource out there for Python for network engineers. It's very unfortunate it's only in Russian. Oh, there was another thing. Diff match. I don't know how to perform. We'll say none. No, it will not replace. I try only one device, okay. Ah, this got killed again, I think. Yeah. Alright, so 20 is absolute maximum I can run. Probably like 15 I should also try, but you know what? Before we do that, let's test this new playbook. Things like this can be freaking easily fixed by schema. Is there an option? I don't care about failures. I don't think there is one. Okay. I mean, this is stupid if these commands are not there. Yeah. $29 tabs. Okay. 5013. No, it's not replacing. We are fine here. But the thing that it fails on failed command bothers me. I guess you'll just have to keep it. Yeah, but I'll just keep it like this. Who cares? Cool. Maybe we could make it bigger. I'm thinking what else can we add? Like, I want to have it around like 40 lines. From another perspective, why does it matter how many lines it is? Yeah. It's like, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I think this is decent enough. What do you think? If you folks will have any other like ideas, I would be okay to like add more to this. Oh shit. CDP is working. Whatever. Let it work. Okay, cool. Let's leave it. You'll put here all, but we still have one test from previous one, yeah? I wanted to test 15 because 20 is kind of unstable, for forks. So I want to test 15. With the previous one. Yeah, so it's 15. Get the comments. I keep yawning. There is another thing that I wanted to add, but I didn't, is since this test will take time, we can just, do some other stuff. So what I wanted to do is I want to have a big I want to have a lot of data in the inventory for each host, because another pain point with something like Ansible is constant serialization and deserialization of things. So that it could be also a big factor. So I'm thinking like something like this. And I need to consult Ansible inventory examples. Is it what, host vars? Okay, so it's Ansible host underscore vars, and then I can say like hostname .yaml, yeah. How about we have on the left side UUID and on the right side some random string. Got killed again. Yeah, this is quite unstable. You can create host vars dirs with vars for every host. Yeah, this is what my intent was. Alright, let's document this. It was 15 with strategy linear. I mean, if something works but it can be killed because of OOM, it's not the best way to do things. Maybe register its memory. You know what? You're probably right. Now that I'm thinking about it, you're probably right. But at the same time, like, how much is this data? Let me see. I mean, it's not a lot, right? Shit. I will check once it comes back. Oh, and I just closed the file. Like, how much of data it can be? Like what, 5 kilobytes of data? I will check how much one host eats of you know, the output file. But that's a good point. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for that watch command. I mean, it will, we don't delete that output after the script, so I should be able to see it once you finish. Anyway, I have, yeah, we can make ourselves busy with writing this function to create random data. ls show measurement. I think it's in bytes, yes? .7 max. I mean, this is nothing, yeah? That it should be 10 megs of RAM. Weird. What can I say? Weird. Oh wait, is it what I think it is? Oh shit. This is bad. Let's like this. Okay. From device. Hmm. 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 Oh wait. Oh, it finished. Hold on. And how many was it? It was 10. Around the same time, yeah. While we will running this, I will just do it one more time here. With 12. Okay, and here we'll be creating a data. Okay, ideally I want I think this will be enough. And let's say I want key to be UUID. Okay, and then found another callback whitelist profile memory for task profiling by memory. Thank you. I will try that, though not on the stream. It would be an interesting debug to check. Or wait, I have never used callbacks in Ansible. How hard would it be? Is it just you do one thing in Ansible CFG and then that's all? Yeah, this could be useful. Oh wait, no, I need to use this script, right? I don't think it's built in. Okay, got it. Though it doesn't seem like it's built in though. Well, okay, let's try. Oh, I got killed again. This 12, yeah. So like 10 is the biggest stable number we've got. Um, Okay, let's do ASCII letters and digits. And I need to check documentation for random module as well. I think it's random. I want to say no, not choice. Not choices. Sample. Sample, yeah. So this would be string ASCII letters plus string digits. And then random sample. And then I want to say random randint from 1 to 50. Let me try if this actually works. And yes, and then join. Cool. Okay. Cool. So we added garbage data there. And then we need to return it. And let's say yeah, this doesn't seem to do anything. Yes, it doesn't seem to do anything. Let's try. There was. Here, not much. I don't see this callback plugin in the list, but there is this one. This one, C group memory recap. Okay. Meanwhile, let's keep working on this inventory. How we are actually doing fine on time. It's 2 hours 30 minutes. I really want to test the big inventory. This is going to be very helpful. Like, we already have a no, you know what? I don't care. I'm not interested in debugging Ansible. Yeah, let's. What do we want to do next? I think. Let me go to my report. So. Oh, we also had 12, yes, and it didn't work. So I think it's fair to say, like, I mean, even here, if it was successful, right? Since it's unstable, we can't use this result. This 10 seems to be, stable, so we'll keep using 10 and linear throughout the rest. So let's say selected settings are 10 linear for rest of the tests. Yes. While I keep working on that inventory generation, let's do config provisioning. Let me check that playbook. Okay, so host all, exactly the same thing, but it's configure YAML, yeah. Let's go. This is the most important result so far that we got. So 500 devices, 5 minutes, 32 seconds on average. I'm kind of lost. I need to like follow specific way of doing things. No, I'm not. Okay, for device in self devices, let's say if Ansible host host vars, yes, we'll say Ansible host write vars, and we will provide dir pass, yes, and dir pass is going to be what? Inventory dir is str, for example. Dir pass. Okay, so Ansible host write vars. So we need to go to Ansible inventory, and here we'll have to add the function. I forgot how I named it. Write vars. Yes. Self and then inventory dir is str. And then pretty much it, we only need that, and then this is none. And we will say file, well, I can just say pass is equal to pass yeah, inventory dir, and then host vars, yes, and then self name YAML, yeah, and then we'll say with open pass as v as f. We need YAML, yes, we will say YAML is equal to YAML save true. Oh, no, it's called tip save, and then here I say YAML to be fair, I can do it globally. That should be fine. Or, you know what, no, let's keep it where it was. I don't like any global things, except of logger probably. We'll copy it here. And I will say dump hosts f. Okay, so this will be dump self host vars, yes, f. Yes, this looks good. I don't remember about this. I think Okay, I think this is fine. Line too long, import button used. I don't care about that too much. So pass, yeah, I think this is good, yeah. And then we had script, the entry point, build inventories, and I want here to say lab build Ansible inventory, Ansible inventory big, and random data true. Okay, so config took a little bit longer. Wait a minute. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. So config took 632. I want to run it again, but before doing that, let's run our script. Poetry run Python scripts build inventories. Proverbs 7. Thank you for following. Sample larger than population or is negative. What? Yeah, sample will not work. I will need choice. Oops, here. So we'll say random choice. Yes. For e in range, and then random number. Yeah. I need to create. I mean, I could create it in code, but as I like to keep saying, know which battles to fight. And this is just not worth automation from my perspective. Wow, that's scary long time. Wow. That's a lot, guys. I mean, that's not a lot of data. Yeah, but this takes forever. Okay, screw that. Let's improve this a little bit. We just use the same data for every file. So we have that. I can also increase the number here, like this. And when we are building an inventory, we have to refer to it. Let me think. So when we can't do it from here. Or maybe we can. No, we can. We cannot. No, we can do it from outside. Yeah, that we can do. So when I call this function from device, I can say vars, right? And this is going to be optional. Dictionary str any none. I don't need any of this anymore. I would just say vars is equal to vars. And goddamn, where is the script? I think it was in lab. Yeah, it was lab. Yes, here. So here we can create if random data, then host vars are equal to Ansible host create random data. Alternatively, host vars is none. And then when we are creating random data, we can say vars is equal to host vars. So we just generate it once. And then this should be fine. Maybe. Oh yeah, so much faster. And let's open one of those. So inventory big host vars. Ouch. Who Stupid. Nice. God damn it. I don't like this anymore. Let's redo this. This should be much faster. List object has no attribute around int. What? List object has no attribute around int. Am I stupid? Like, I don't this is integer. For in range this will do this in an append. I don't see an issue here, excuse me. Folks, I honestly don't see the problem. Oh, oh, okay. I am officially dumb. To redefine the freaking random module, one should be absolutely retarded. Nedriano, thank you for following. Okay, now this should work. Oh, random date, of course. Oh wow, this really takes a long time. I thought it was UUID problem, but it doesn't seem to be the case now, does it? I'm not patient. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It's just 100,000 UUIDs. It should not be that bad. I hope. Or I was completely wrong. I'm checking if I didn't introduce somewhere loop. No, it seems to be fine. I send this vars directly here, yeah. You're always welcome, Dmitry. Nice to see you working besides our community talking our router gods, if you remember me. Sorry, I'm not sure I can recognize a nickname and make a parallel to a name. Honestly, does it take that much time to create not so many UIDs? What the hell? Oh, is it? I think it's saving that takes so much time. Yeah, it's saving. Holy shit, YAML is slow AF. That's so sad. How much disk space it takes? Ouch. Oh, yes, about that. Okay. Ah. Okay. 20 max. Let me think. Is 20 max? Yeah, actually 20 max should be good. Let's look on one of these files. Yeah, this looks good to me. Just random UUIDs in every file. 520 max total. The reason, and I want to test it actually right now. Yeah, I want to test it right now on the first playbook. So gather commands and big. Yeah, and let's run this. I am super curious, very curious about the results now. For both configuration and for config. Because this is what network lore. So this is what Patrick did. So there was this Ansible Knowing Your Speed challenge. And this is what he did for very big inventory. There was no, there was like dry run, there was no connection. And there was a very simple thing here. So I want to test this, and I want to test the configuration, even though I don't care about any of these UUIDs. In fact, let me actually change this and let me care about that. Something like this. Wow, this takes so much longer, guys. This seems like punishing performance almost twice. I think it crashed. RIP. You know what, folks? Let me think. Even if, does it even make sense to do it or not? Yes. Okay. So it crashed. I'm thinking what other things we want to do. Where is my report? So we have this number, which is super important. Yeah. So this is number for extend linear and the time for 500 devices. We have the time for config provisioning. It seems like for this big inventory, I will need to reduce the number of forks. Oh, I can compare it to this number, yeah. Let's run, because we are pretty much almost done with like what we want to test. I want a little bit more numbers here for config provisioning, but again, we are talking about like 6 minutes right now. So it kind of like doesn't even make sense to, you know, to wait, like, because I will run the script and then for 6 minutes there is nothing to do really. What did I do right now? Did I use 7? Oh, I used 7, yeah. So where's my report? Okay. I want to have this number if it doesn't crash. If not, we'll have to redo it, but I will redo it without doing it on the stream. It's useless waiting. However, while we're waiting, I have a very great idea. We will create Python asyncio script for gathering commands. This is going to be focus of the next stream. Gather commands asyncio, because this is actually very easy to do here. This will probably take like 15 minutes for me to write. We'll need to add a couple of things, but that should be fine. And I will need to install 2 libraries. Okay, I started writing at around 10:04. I'm curious, like, how much time it will take for me to get this to a working state. It's very interesting that when we switch to save commands, my RAM keeps growing here. While I'm writing this, and I'm sorry I'm kind of quiet, because I also keep, I also take a look at how is Ansible doing. For those of you who were on my previous stream, remember how much time it took for me to actually get the working playbook? And it's very interesting to see, like, how much time it will take now to write a asyncio program that probably is going to be much faster. Okay, we have to create here. So for every command, yes, we need to open a. No, we have to open the file first. Yes, we have to say async with IO files open, and then I would say device outputs here. We can do it here. And let's say here output routers, yeah, f string, and we'll say device name.txt. The same thing like we did with Ansible as f. Then for every command we are going to let me see API here. Strip command true, strip prompt true. Okay, so this is going to be then output is equal to connection await. By the way, this thingy crashed again. Bravo. So send command f. No, what I'm doing? Command, yes. So this is going to be output, and then we have to write that to a file, which will say await fwrite. Oh, does it actually work? IO files, let me check. Yeah. So this is going to be await fwrite. So we want to write first command. Yes, I want to say command yes, \n, let's say, and then output, and then double \n, like this. And this is pretty much it. This is the whole program. So we open connection, we open a file, we say for every command we'll send this command, save it to output, and then write it to a file. And then we gather tasks, which of course we have to await, like this. And then here we can say async IO run main. And right now I'm running it for 50 devices just for test. And there is some issue here. No new line, white space, what else? Syntax error. I don't see, I mean, this is not a syntax error. Oh yeah, I see now, yep. Okay. So app-utils imported but unused, that's fine. Undefined name NetDev, okay, that's fine. So we want to say poetry at NetDev. Oh, another thing that I want is UV loop, which make it even like twice faster. So I have to just import UV loop here, and just say UV loop install. So let's say poetry at UV loop. So just by installing the new loop instead of asyncio loop, you usually get around like twice faster performance just by a couple of commands. So NetDev. Okay, this looks good to me. I know that we haven't run Ansible right now, but I really want to test this out. We have a numbers for 50 devices, by the way, so I can run these scripts, get the commands asyncio, and no such file. Why no such file? Okay, why there is no such, well, as right, of course. Let me open the report. So many things which we don't need. So let's say asyncio, yes. I have 50 devices and we were around on 20 forks. It took around 23 seconds on 50. Oh, oh, and by the way, this was, oh yeah, it was today's test. Okay, let's do the same thing like we did before. We'll say rm output routers, and then we time this. History grep set opt. So set opt rm star silent. Okay, so output routers and then time. Eight seconds. Okay. So it's for 50 devices, 8 freaking seconds. Look at this. Show up interface brief. Show interfaces. All 50 files here. Is 8 seconds. Let's do it one more time. So 8.8 seconds. 50 devices. No semaphore. 8.7. CopyX Seraph, thank you for following. Another time is 9.3. Just for completeness, you know. You know what? Actually, I'm willing to try for all devices. You know, why not? I may need to run it with semaphore, but 9.2. So these numbers are directly comparable to the best numbers we got with Ansible, which was 23 seconds here on 50 devices. Okay, this is the test with 500. I may need to run retry or something, but for now we'll just try it like this. And these numbers, yeah, timeout. I need to set up timeout bigger here. Timeouts, timeout. I think it's connection handler, yeah. Timeout. Timeout in seconds for getting information from channel. Let's say 60. I can even say 90. It's not a big deal. I'm actually curious how... Okay, I have 100% CPU on a single core. Almost no usage of memory, by the way. Yeah, it's possible it didn't find prompt or something. Yeah, I would need to check what it is. Actually, right now it's using RAM. I'm curious, what is using RAM, by the way? Yeah, I had some timeouts at 90 seconds. Let me think if there is an easy way to fix this. I'm not sure I can reuse this retry thing because it's not awaiting. No, I can't use this. Timeout error on connection. Was it the same device, by the way? No, it was a different device. So let me think, what would be the easiest way to do it? Async retry. Why don't we move this sync def gather commands device params. And here I can say try from net import netdev and import netdev exceptions. So if I say try await on async on gather commands device params, except netdev exception timeout error, we will just run it again. It's not super beautiful, but whatever. Like, we'll just run twice. It's not the ideal, but I just, because this is not the focus of today. Like, today I want to finish with Ansible, but I'm so curious how fast it runs. Another thing that I am thinking of doing is using this semaphore decorator, which could be quite useful. So we can like have a group. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should do it with groups like up to 100. Because I am establishing too many connections. Yeah, I'm establishing too many connections at the same time, which is not cool. So what may help is a utils with semaphore, and I will say I need to create this semaphore. And let's say we can run 100 at the same time. Yeah, this may help. Oh, ouch. Okay, cool. Let's rerun this. Python with semaphore, missing one. Oh, this is stupid. Yeah, let's go. Okay. If this also does not work, we will have a groups of 50. But I think this should be fine. If we take a look on our htop, yeah, one core goes to 100%. How many connections? So this in total I have 500 routers, but nice. Okay, I just set up a semaphore. So with 500 it doesn't work very well because you establish 500 SSH connections at the same time. CPU goes to 100. That's not pretty cool. But when I did this thing, and let me also try it this way. This is something that you kind of like have to find on your own. So for 500 devices, it took 50 seconds, okay? Let's look on our Ansible best results. Our Ansible best results are, where is this? 4 minutes 26 seconds, but this was unstable. So like we were able to get this result once, one time out of 3. The rest were killed by the CPU because we were out of memory. The more stable result was at 10 forks, and it was 5 minutes 28 seconds. So we can see that it's 10x. Yes? No, wait. So we have 5 minutes, this is 60 plus 20, well, 32 was average, 332, and we divide this by 48, let's say. You have to find the optimal semaphore number. So it's 7x% difference on this scale with no we haven't even tested inventory yet, the big inventory. I'm also curious, like when you throw in a lot of variables, how well that performs. Let me run this. Like I want to find the optimal asyncio devices with semaphore. So 100 sema 100 time 48 965 500 devices with semaphore 150 took longer. Yeah, it's something like you have to find on these tests the best number. So here we run it with sema 80 and then it took 56 seconds. 56 668, right? Cool. I will save this because we still need Nornir and all this tests next time. But what I want to do is, there was this test. I had to run Ansible on my host to get any speed. I guess you don't have that luxury on these routers. Sorry, I'm not sure I understood 100% what you were trying to say. Okay, let's keep this. I mean, this is useful for next time. And it took me around 15 to 20 minutes to write this, by the way. And if you remember last time, it took us probably around 40 to 50 minutes to get a very basic playbook running by passing all of the errors and stuff. To be honest, I thought the results will be better. I can't say these are bad results, right? It's 500 devices less than a minute. But still, like, I was hoping for better. Anyway, let's go back to Ansible. Let's run it one more time. We have this unfinished test, which is really important, the big inventory test. Unfortunately, even with 5 forks, it goes out of memory. Did I even run it with 5? I think I ran it with 7. Oh, it was different terminal? Yeah, it was different terminal. Oh, we ran it with 7. We didn't run it with 5. Okay, let's do history grep Ansible tail minus 10. Yeah, we ran it with 7, it didn't work out. Let's do it with 5. Let's do it with 5. And this will be our last test. The rest I can do on my own. And then next time we'll proceed with Nornir. The reason I really want to do this is because it's very unrealistic that you don't have any kind of inventory, yes? And in this case, I would say we have like decent inventory size. Yeah, we have like, if I open the file, well, I can open any. We have 1,000 lines, right? I mean, I would say it's like bigger than average. It's not the biggest, right? But it's also not the smallest one. And in total, our inventory for 500 devices takes what space? It takes 20 megs total inventory. Yeah. This is our last test. I really hope it will work because I want those numbers documented. And also, like, I don't think I can afford giving more RAM to my control station, and that would be also unfair for other tests. Yeah, I'm right now at 95% in use memory. On my Gen 3 machine, I have well, I can allocate a couple more gigs from this machine, yeah. Like decrease it to 43 and then give it to my server. I really hope this will not crash and we will get a number, because I need a number. Another way to optimize this asyncio script, by the way, would be to run multiple forks. So, but not like as main. So what you do is you do multi-processing and then IO, well, the loop inside. We could actually try it on the next stream. It should not be that hard. Because right now this script uses a single CPU, which is kind of lame. Please, dear, don't crash. Don't run out of memory. I need a number. I need a number. Folks, right after this run, we will wrap up for today. And we will also wrap up our stream marathon. So if you have any questions, now would be a perfect time because we are waiting for this to finish. I will try opening some article on asyncio and multiprocessing. This may be helpful. How to Tinker Z is asking how to get started with network programmability. That's a tough question. First, you need to understand why you really want to do that. It also depends. Like it also really depends on your background. Yeah, let me try to formulate that. As Serber Russian, thank you for following. Fundamental skill is programming. This is what it is. So I would say if you want to get started with network programmability, you need to be proficient in one of the modern programming languages. Preferably Python, mainly because the Python ecosystem for network automation seems to be growing. But I would also not discard any other language. Like my second choice would be Go. Because, well, ecosystem is a little bit less than in Python, but it's also super efficient. Python CCNA, good combo. So here's another thing, and this was asked, someone asked me about this last time, about like, do I need to know networking if I want to do network automation? And you need to know networking, and I would say you would want to be even have better knowledge in CCNA, like around CCNP-ish, but I also don't measure people with certificates. So like, I mean, I don't care if you have certificate X or Y. But if you want to do network automation, you really need to understand networking very well. Because only by having network knowledge and understanding the challenges with networking in your environment, you can understand what you want to automate. And with something like programming knowledge, you can understand how. So I would say like both on a very decent level. If you just know, for example, subnetting, from CCNA or something, this will not be enough to do any kind of network automation. Another way would be to pair with someone who, for example, the way I see this industry going forward is the pairs, because like it's really hard to find people who know both at a decent level. So the way I see it going forward would be programmers who know a little bit about networking, like understand some basic stuff. So like basic stuff plus network APIs like netconfig, some other things. So, but the core skill is programming, and then they are paired with some network experts that really know how their network design is built, how their network topology looks like, why there is this protocol, and what are the problems that they're having. So this is the way I see it going forward, but we are not yet there in the industry. Like, I have never seen this being done where, there is this network people and programming people are kind of like hired in the same team. I haven't seen this yet. What about DevNet Associates? This is a good way to get started with network automation and network programmability. But again, like, even that is not going to be enough for to build anything that is scalable, anything that is working, anything that actually is solving business problems. You want to have knowledge in both areas. Okay. 200 more hosts and we are done. Okay, 9 minutes. So this was 5 forks, big inventory, yes, and this took 9 minutes, 9 seconds. Did you have it with small inventory? Okay, so we don't have it with small inventory, but the closest one was with 7 forks and small inventory. It took us 6 minutes 45 seconds. Okay, so yeah, adding like a decently sized inventory, and my inventory is of what size? Actually, let me copy this. Then to max total. So adding a big inventory adds a couple of minutes to the total runtime. Alright, folks. I think this is enough for the tests. There are some tests that I still need to do, but it's not really important to see them on the stream. Let me answer a question in the chat and we will wrap up. So is Nornir doing async? It doesn't do async IO. We are using threads in Nornir. So however, I have been looking into it, and depending on the outcome of these tests that I'm doing right now, and on the next stream, we will be actually trying Nornir, and let's see how number for async IO are different compared to Nornir. If the difference is significant, like 1.5 times or 2 times, this is what I would call significant, then it probably would make sense for me to revisit the async IO support in Nornir and finally add it, because that would be very good. That would be very useful. Do I need to be good at mass? I would say no. I rarely use mass in when I'm programming, but sometimes I do. For example, during this project, we were actually using a little bit of some mass when we were trying to generate this big topology. We had to calculate coordinates for every one of these routers, so this is where we were using mass. But in general, I would say when you are programming, again, depending on like what exactly you do, it's not very common to use mass often. So alright, folks, if you have any questions, now would be your last chance while I will be doing a wrap up. So let's wrap up today's stream and also this a 2 week of stream marathon. Today was the last stream of streaming marathon. So what we have done during these 2 weeks and today as well. So we built a huge lab in GNS3 containing 500 routers. Unfortunately, the majority of time during these 2 weeks took exactly this, building the lab. On one day, we were also looking at zero-touch provisioning with DHCP, and we built a working solution. If you're interested in that, check out one of the previous streams named ZTP. So we built a solution which allows us to do ZTP. Then later we rejected that and we changed the design because we have an API to upload the configs. I made a decision that it will be easier not to create a bottleneck on DHCP server. So we had an API endpoint to change the configs. So I decided to stop using ZTP solution there. Once we built the lab, it took a significant time to redesign all of this and put it in proper places. We also needed to generate crypto keys using some kind of script. Now the next piece, we moved to Ansible, and we built Ansible inventory again using a script, because we are talking about 500 devices. That's so much to type that I built a script to generate an inventory. Also today we wrote an addition to that script where we generate 2 inventories now, the small inventory and big inventory, and the big inventory contains a YAML files with just garbage data for every single router, just so we have something. Okay, we run tests for 50 devices and 500 devices to kind of understand the difference and establish the baseline. What are the optimal settings? So let me quickly go through highlights of this. So we were using as our control station where we were actually running our Ansible or other scripts. We were having a VM with 8 vCPUs and 8 gig of RAM. We were measuring Linux time using the output, what is called real, and probably is the best number to kind of represent the scale. By the way, one big thing we found out is that there is strategy linear and strategy free. When we were using free with so many devices, unfortunately, we ran out of memory very fast and the script crashed. So we decided not to use free anymore, and switching to linear helped. Even though on smaller scale, free was giving us better numbers than linear. So it seems on bigger scale, if you don't have machine with infinite resources, you would want to run a linear on very big scale. If your scale is smaller, then you can run free. It will help you run it just a little bit faster. So another thing, because of that problem, we were trying to find the maximum number of forks. With free, it was even with low number of forks, we were running out of memory. With linear, we found out that the most stable one was 10 forks, where the script to just get the comments and save them to a file took 5 minutes, around 5 minutes 30 seconds for 500 devices. The best result we got was 4 minutes 26 seconds with 20 forks, but that result was unstable because 2 more times it was out of memory. So that was kind of sad. Now configuration piece, and let me show to you config. Config here is very simple. It's 30 lines of config. We are creating an access list. We are creating a banner message of the day, and on every interface we say that it was configured by Ansible. So this configuration took, where is this? Configuration provisioning for 500 devices using the same settings, 10 forks and linear strategy took 6 minutes 32 seconds. So this is compared to 5 minutes 30 seconds. So it took around like 1 minute longer on average. Then while we were waiting for some of these results, another thing is that when we were switching to big inventory, and now a big inventory takes around 20 megabytes of space total, it was really hard to make it stable. Unfortunately, the script was crashing even at the 7 number of forks or 10. Finally, at 5, we were able to run it, and it took 9 minutes. So it seems like the time increases quite significantly, and it has very significant impact on your memory. So keep that in mind. And then lastly, while we were waiting for all of this, I wrote a very simple asyncio script using UV loop and NetDev Python library. It took me around 15 to 20 minutes to write the whole script. Here are the results for this script. For 50 devices, it took on average 9 seconds to run to gather commands. And for 500 devices, it depended on number of simultaneous connections that I could open. We haven't found the optimal yet. We will do that next time. But the lowest number here was 49 seconds. So 49 seconds to gather commands from 500 devices compared to the best result we got before. Well, not the best, let's do the stable one, because the best is kind of like it's not representative if I can't run it all the time. So the stable one was 5 minutes 30 seconds, right? So 5 minutes 30 seconds compared to 48 or 50-ish seconds. We did calculation, it was around 6 to 9 times faster. So these are our results for today. There's a question in the chat, where can you check the previous streams? So if you go to my YouTube page, which is youtube.com/tmfigo, there is a playlist just for this project, which is called Stream Marathon. So Stream Marathon Winter 2019. There are all days, and I will publish the today's stream probably tomorrow. So everything is in order. If you're interested in that, go check it out on my YouTube page. I save all of the recordings. All right, let's also very quickly discuss what we are going to do next time. And again, our streaming marathon is over, so we will continue with this project on next Sunday, and this is when I think we will wrap it up. What bothers me is why this is 100% CPU load right now, though. I think it's fine now. Okay, so for the next stream, the focus of next stream is going to be Nornier. We will need to collect numbers for Nornier specifically, and also do all these different kinds of tests like configuration, gathering commands, blah blah blah, whatever, with different number of threads. So this is going to be focus of the next stream. And we also need to improve this asyncio script a little bit and also run it for configuration. So we will do that, and this will be like our final stream for this project. And after that, we'll go through some of the topics from this list on like future streams. With that, I would like to thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming almost every day to my streams. I appreciate you. I hope you had some good time to relax during holidays. Holidays are over for me. Tomorrow I'm going for work, but that's fine. Thank you so much, folks, and I will see you. On next Sunday. Thanks. Take care. Goodbye now.